Can you hear me now? I swear technology is the worst sometimes. Every other time I've gone on OBS, the stream has just worked and you've been able to like hear me just fine. But for some reason today, I've logged on and I didn't even see that. For some reason, it must have disconnected my mic. Sorry about that. All I was saying was, it's been sorry for the impromptu stream. I didn't know if I was going to be able to stream or not today, and I know that I might not be able to tomorrow, but I wanted to try and get 1,000 encounters in. So I thought, I've got about 4 hours to stream today, so we'll go till about 9:15. It's 5:15 now in the UK. And hopefully that'll be enough to get 1,000. But how are you both? Are you both okay? Have you had a nice Saturday so far? I hope so. Hi Louis, nice to see you. Thanks for joining. We've only just started, so only had 5 encounters so far. Oh nice, that's good. So you've done some of the community day today for Ponytail, that's good, that's really good. Goodness, what is that? Is that is that like a donation or something? I can't like fully tell because it's just kind of like it's not like showing properly on my screen. But if it is, that is so lovely. Thank you. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much. Well, I know we you did super chat. Thank you. That's so nice. Oh, I know we spoke about it yesterday, didn't we? So I had a little look last night after I logged off, and I was like, I'll have a little see what it looks like. But I didn't realize that's what it looked like. That's so nice. Thank you. You're the first person who's ever donated. I really appreciate that. That's really nice. So what about you, not ask, have you done anything today? You've been doing the Pokemon Go day, or just hunting, or just chilling? Oops, sorry. Doing a bit of Go, but you've been busy, yeah, I understand. I mean, I think Go is quite a good game, isn't it? Even if you are like a little bit busy, like if you've got, I don't know, say you've got some shopping to do or something like that, you've got to go out and do something outside of the house. At least you can take Go with you to like do a little bit. But it doesn't apply to everything, does it? Sometimes you can take Go with you and there'll be no signal, or there'll be no like places to play it wherever you're going. listen to this for a coincidence, by the way, particularly for both of you. So, my like mother and father-in-law have been on like a cruise holiday recently. Like I literally picked them up today, and they were in Norway, which is nuts because you know, like this week really is the first week where we've all chatted quite a lot. So yeah, how crazy is that? What a coincidence. He was saying it's like a really beautiful place. Like particularly like the I'll be honest, I've forgotten the name of the place that they visited, but it was they were saying that it was like you could see all of like the mountain ranges and stuff like in the place that they went to, and they were just saying that it's just so lovely. I mean, it's hard to compare to like the UK, I guess. But I was trying to like say to them, like, you know, the mountains, how much bigger are they than like something that would be here? And they were like, oh, 100. They're like, the scale is just so much bigger, and it's so like it's hard to describe how large they are. So I would look. You know, I would really love to go one day because I love anything like that. Anything like with like a lovely view. Mountains in particular. You can just sit and look at them all day because they're just so awesome, I guess the word is. Yeah, it was a cruise, so they kind of like I don't know if you know how cruises work or not. If I'm telling you something you already know, just ignore me. But it's like when you go on like a cruise holiday, you kind of like you get on a really large boat, you travel on the boat to like different places, and then you kind of like get off for a day and go and visit that country. You obviously can't go very far because you've got to come back to where the boat's like docked, but it's just like a really good way of having a holiday where you can sort of like eat and drink and have a nice time, and there's like activities on the ship, but then you can also get off the ship and go and like visit places and see what the world's like. And they usually have ones that go around certain areas where you just like go to a chain of countries in that area. So I've never been on one, but they sound really cool. Sound really cool. Hi Joe, you okay? You had a nice Saturday? Oh yeah, there you go then. So you've taken one, yeah. Yeah, they look amazing. I imagine as well that they don't really feel like you're on a ship almost, because from what they've been described to me as, they're so large and there's so much on board that like I don't know, it probably doesn't feel like you're on the water. It probably feels like you're kind of just in like a really big hotel, but that's just a guess because like I said, I haven't actually been in one. Oh nice, you've been on a cruise too, and you came to the UK, came to Newcastle. Nice. Well, Newcastle isn't really too it's not too far from where I live. It's not like I don't live in Newcastle, but I don't like, it wouldn't be a really far drive for me to get to Newcastle. It's a funny place, the UK, because it's like it's tiny, really, in comparison to like most countries, but it still does take quite a while to drive from one end to the other. And I'll tell you something else as well, which might not be I don't know, maybe you'll know this, maybe you won't, but the UK is like a really weird place for train travel in particular, because if you buy like a ticket on a train to the other end of the country, it will be like more expensive than like getting on a plane to another country and then getting on a plane from that country to the other end of the UK. It's very bizarre. Like I've seen examples of people who kind of like, they, instead of buying a train ticket, have bought a plane ticket to go to somewhere else for the day, to go to like Spain for the day, and then get a plane back from Spain to like London or whatever it is, and it was cheaper than than the train ticket. It's very bizarre, very bizarre. Oh nice, you're originally from Middlesbrough, so there you go. We've not had many people from the UK on stream, really. Hi Demi, you okay? I'm all good, thanks. Are you? Have you had a nice Saturday? So we'll be on for a while today, but not really late. I think I'll be streaming till 9:15. So just about 4 hours. But I desperately want to get to 1,000 encounters for this hunt. Can't miss the shiny. Well, hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll get it while you're on stream. I mean, my other shinies have been considerably under odds, so there's every chance that we might find this one under odds too. But we shall see. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday, weren't we? But like, I personally don't like. At this point, we're at 731 encounters. I'm not feeling particularly excited yet because I feel like it's not been enough encounters to get excited. But once we get to maybe 2,000, I will be getting excited because I'll be thinking, oh, it could just be around the corner. Have I been outside Europe? Let me think. See, when I don't really think I have. Let me. I feel like I should know this answer, but I'm trying to go back through all the holidays that I've had. I think maybe not. You know, I don't think I have been outside of Europe. We kind of tended to, like, when I had holidays when I was younger, we kind of went to the same places, like, multiple times. So if we say we liked somewhere in Spain, we would go back to that same place because we knew we liked it. I think as I've got older, I have started to travel a bit more. I said the other day, didn't I, I'm going to Berlin in December, and I go to Rome next May. But yeah, like, I don't think when I was younger I did go anywhere outside of Europe. So there you go. Have you been outside Europe? Oh, you're trying to do a shiny poison run of Sword and you're breeding for a shiny Trubbish. That's brilliant. That sounds like a really fun playthrough. How many encounters, not encounters, how many egg hatches have you done so far for your Trubbish? But good luck, definitely. I hope you find it soon. Oh, Brill Demi, thank you. Well, I'm glad that it's a good enough amount of time, you know. I suppose 4 hours isn't that much less than what we have been doing. I think we've been staying on for about 5 or 6 hours usually, so I suppose 4's not too bad. Maybe it's because I'm trying to squeeze it in between different things, so maybe in my head I'm like, oh, that's not that long, but really it is. Yeah, there you go. Exactly like that, human. Like we used to go to this place in Spain, in a place called Salou, and it was like it's a theme park called like Portaventura. And we went back there like multiple times because we really liked the theme park. We really liked the all-inclusive like hotel, like with the food and the drinks and stuff, and it was awesome. Like you could be sitting around the pool and they had like a burger bar and you could just get up and get a burger whenever you wanted, all day long, every day. When you went to the park, you could like you had like one of these like reusable cups and you just kept filling it up. So it was just brilliant. But that's what I mean, we went back there like 4 or 5 times maybe. So that obviously, because that costs quite a lot, that took up, that full year's holiday. So yeah. Well, they were good holidays. Oh, nice, Demi. So your favourite gen is 5, Unova. Very good generation of Pokemon. I'm surprised we haven't seen a remake of it, to be honest. I feel like that's in the future. It's definitely coming at some point. What's my favourite gen? Great question. I think it's 4 for me. I really liked Sinnoh. Like, really liked Sinnoh. I mean, Gen 2 is where I like started playing Pokemon, and I thought for the longest time that was my favourite gen. But I don't know, there's just something special about Sinnoh for me. But specifically like Platinum, don't get me wrong, Diamond and Pearl are good games, but Platinum was just brilliant. But I'll be honest as well, I don't really have many I don't have many generations that I don't like, really. Even like I have a lot of issues with Scarlet and Violet. Like, we've talked about this on stream, haven't we, at length. I have a lot of problems with Scarlet and Violet, but I don't have a problem with Paldea or the Pokemon. That part is brilliant. The story of Paldea, like that generation story, is I think is fantastic. It's just the performance. That's all it is. I love Alola. I love Galar. I think Sword and Shield are really good games. So it's a difficult question because I don't really hate any of the gens, but I would say that Gen 4 is probably my favourite. Yeah. What would your favourite gen be, do you think? But you are right, yeah, BDSP didn't come on to like Switch that long ago, did it? So the next remake probably is a while away. But I mean, they've announced ZA. I've got to imagine that Gen 10 will be after that, and then maybe it'll be the black and white remakes. So it's not like, I don't know, or maybe it won't be. We just don't know, but I would guess, that would be my guess. A remake or even a VC? Oh, you mean, yes, I know what you mean. Sorry, you mean virtual console, don't you? Like what they did with Gold, Silver and Crystal on the 3DS. Oh, do you know, that makes me so sad. I would love it if they would start bringing more games back to the Switch, like that, where it's like a virtual console. Imagine all the shiny hunts I could do on the channel if I had access to all those games. I think the sad reality is they don't want to bring virtual console games back because it will affect the sales potential of any future remakes they do. Like, as an example, we all saw how mixed a reception BDSP got. If Platinum was on the store, people wouldn't buy BDSP; they'd just buy Platinum. Like, that's the reality of it, I think. Because as well, I remember when they released Gold, Silver, and Crystal as Virtual Console on the DS, they could connect to Pokemon Bank. So my thought process is, if Platinum was on the store and BDSP was on the store and both of them could connect to home, I don't see as many people buying BDSP. I think it would just be Platinum. And same with if they remake Black and White or Black and White 2 in a few years, if all of those are on the store as virtual console releases, I think people would be hesitant to buy them. But that's just my opinion. So, you know, tell me what you guys think. Like, does anybody have any ideas as to why Game Freak don't release virtual console games onto the Switch? Because it is a puzzling one. And I agree, Demi, it's like, they would make so much money, wouldn't they? They really would make so much money. But I think in their head, they think that they would actually lose money, because they would make a lot of money on the virtual console releases, but they wouldn't make as much money on remakes for the future. So say like I said again, say they release a Black and White remake and it costs £60. If Black and White were on the store for £40, I think a lot of people would just buy Black and White. Not everybody. A lot of people would still buy the remake as well, but I think that some people would only buy the old release. And I think maybe that's the issue. But tell me what you guys think, because I would like to hear like alternate viewpoints. Ah, I see. You meant in Shield, not Sword. Yeah. Yeah. Krogunk is a very good shiny, and so is Toxicroak as well. I do really like those. Really good shinies. And a really cool Pokemon as well. How are you planning on hunting Krogunk, by the way? Are you going to do random encounters, or are you going to hatch some eggs for that as well? Galar mine number 2. Got you. I've just been through there as well. Not long been through it. I can't remember seeing Krogunk now. Oh no, I can, I think. Galar's like whole, I don't know, like the route system is quite a strange one compared to other games, isn't it? Like the way it sort of leads you around and back on yourself and then through and up, and it's got an interesting map. That's probably one of the only things that I'm not a massive fan of in Sword and Shield is like the linearity of the story. I do feel like it's very, very linear compared to other Pokemon games. Oh, nice! You just got a Rookidee for your Sword Badge quest. Very nice. Well, that's exactly how I started as well. With Maeve. Shiny Rookidee. How many encounters was it? But yeah, congratulations. Well done. Yes, I'm going to make a video on this, yeah. I will... what I'll do is I will stream all of the shiny hunts apart from the 2 that we started with because they've already come and gone. But I'll stream all of the other shiny hunts, and then I'm going to be beating the gym battles offline just so that I can kind of break the video up a little bit and have like not all of it be on this like stream layout with the overlay. And I've got some pretty cool sort of rules for this as well. Like I can't use Dynamax. So far, at least, I'm trying to catch things in a Premier Ball, but I don't know if I'm going to carry that rule on forever because, I would quite like to use other stuff. But yeah, so I'll be doing all that stuff offline. I'll be doing the shiny hunts online on stream, and then when the challenge is over, I'll make a big long shiny video like I do for all my other challenges. And then once that's released and it's out, before ZA comes along, which we don't know when that is, it could be early 2025, it could be late 2025, I'm probably going to do a full stream version of Legends Arceus, but full odd shinies. So no mass outbreaks, no perfecting dex entries and things like that, just full odds. So I can only use full odds. As long as I can help it. Obviously there may be instances where like a Pokemon gets to level 10 on the research, but I haven't been able to like control that because it's just through like battling or something. But that's what I'll be doing next. So yeah, that's the plan. Krogunk Shield exclusive, right? I wonder what the Sword exclusive version is for that. Do you know, I was a little bit sad. There was one Pokemon that I really wanted to hunt, but it's Sword exclusive, and I've never seen really anybody use it, and I really wanted to. Was Persimmon. It's got such a good shiny, and I never see anybody use it, but it's just so cool, and I really wanted to hunt it, but then I was like, I'm not paying £70 for Sword and all of the DLC just so I can hunt Persimmon. That seems a bit too much. So yeah, we had to miss out on that one. So I understand. Oh nice, it was 500 encounters doing the brilliant aura method. That's brilliant. Yeah. I didn't mean that. That is brilliant, but I didn't really mean that. Yeah, I'm gonna do a brilliant aura method as well. They're quite interesting because on the face of it, they should be a lot faster than regular encounters, but I'm not so sure. Because they take quite a while to, even if you got like the 2 times chance for a brilliant aura Pokemon to appear, I don't think they appear all that often. So it will be an interesting hunt when I get to it. But well done for yours, congratulations. I'm glad you got your Rookidee. Oh yes, Scraggy, that makes sense. Yeah, Scraggy's the sword exclusive version of that. Me too. Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon on the Switch would have been so cool. Imagine that for like the Ultra Wormholes and stuff. This would have been brilliant. Oh well. Maybe one day we'll get something else on the Switch. I just don't know what. Because it is a bit strange, isn't it? It's like, why did they release Red, Blue, Yellow, Gold, Silver, Crystal, and then just never do any others? Like, you would have thought the Switch would have had something. You know, maybe it could have had Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, or... Well, maybe not so much Gem 4 because they've had BDSP and they've had Legends Arceus, so maybe they wanted to avoid putting them on. But certainly Gen 3 could have been put on. I mean, Game Freak, the Pokemon company, whoever it is responsible for it, they do make some strange decisions, don't they? You know, sometimes you look at something they've made and you're like, this is brilliant, I absolutely love this. And then sometimes they just make a decision and you're left scratching your head. And you're like, why? Why would they do that? I know it's probably like cliche, but I was really hoping that they would do Let's Go Johto. You know, like a Gen 2 version of the Let's Go games. I would have adored that game. I really adored it. Yeah, I mean, sadly, I get the impression that we're not going to see any more Let's Go games, because it was like Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee seemed like it was designed to welcome new people into the community. You know, they were basically tutorials, weren't they? They were basically like, if you've been playing Pokemon Go and you like the way that game works, maybe you would like the main series games, and here's an example of what they look like but with Pokemon Go mechanics. So they clearly just tried to transition people from Pokemon Go to the Switch. But I think a lot of people look back fondly on Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. When I put my video out about the Shiny Only Challenge, a lot of the comments were people saying things like, wow, this looks so good compared to, you know, Scarlet and Violet, or you know, like, people just saying that the sort of have gained a new appreciation for that game. So I think if they did do some more Let's Go games, they probably would do okay. They probably would sell a few copies and bring maybe a few new people into the franchise. But we almost got Let's Go Pikachu and Psyduck. Oh, I do like Psyduck, but I feel like that wouldn't have worked very well. Psyduck doesn't seem like a very like a Pokemon you can dress up and I don't know, like play with in the same way that you could Eevee, but I'm guessing that was like maybe because of the anime, because Psyduck was quite prominent in the anime, wasn't it? You actually started playing Pokemon Go because you were considering getting Let's Go but was unsure about the catch mechanic. There you go. So you actually went like almost the other way around. It was Let's Go brought you into Pokemon Go. That's interesting. But I mean, at least it worked, didn't it? I suppose it does work both ways. If you're someone who's played the main series games and you want to play you want to play Pokemon Go but you're not sure about it, Let's Go is a good trial the other way. Yeah, absolutely. And you enjoyed your time with Eevee as well. Yeah, they are quite good games, I think. They're obviously very simple and they're very they like to hold your hand, but that's kind of the point of them. They're not meant to be these huge adventures or anything. They're just meant to be sort of a very simple, fun experience, and I think they worked perfectly for that, particularly if you're trying to bring new people across from Pokemon Go. It was really nice in between. Right, it's because it's not, so it wasn't the anime, it was because Psyduck's the favourite of one of the game directors. I didn't know that. Interesting. Very interesting. I wonder why they didn't end up going with it in the end then. Like why they stopped, why they changed their mind and went with Eevee instead. I think Eevee in particular, I suppose in a way kind of makes sense, because I remember when you played Red, Blue, Yellow, Gary had an Eevee, and his Eevee would evolve into a different version depending on like which starter you picked. So maybe that's why they went with Eevee, because it was kind of like Eevee is the other unofficial mascot, but also it's like it like mirrors Red picking Pikachu back in those games and Gary picking Eevee. But yeah, Eevee is an interesting choice because for that sort of role, because obviously Ash's whole thing was, he was never going to evolve his Pikachu, and Red's thing is he didn't evolve his Pikachu. But Eevee is kind of a Pokemon that is designed to evolve, isn't it? Like that's its whole thing. So it's interesting to choose that Pokemon to be in a role where you actually can't evolve it. Oh, was it that he evolved Eevee into different things based on the outcomes of your battles with him? I didn't know that. I thought it was just based on like typing of your starter. Wow, that is very cool, especially for back then as well, for them to have different teams based on that. Jolteon if you won both times, Flareon if you won once, and Vaporeon if you lost twice. Very interesting. I had no idea. I mean, that fact alone is a little bit like why I find it strange that we still don't have Pokemon games where you can have opponents with multiple teams. You know, like we talked about difficulty levels or like difficulty settings or even just like, so in Scarlet and Violet you can obviously challenge the gyms in whatever order you want, can't you? But they don't scale with you. Surely it would have been possible to kind of, if you've got, you know, 3 badges and you go to the 8th gym, they've got their like 3rd badge team. Yeah, because clearly well, I know that the coding's there because obviously they've had it in every game, haven't they? You know, you can rematch gym leaders and they've got different teams and they can just pick and choose who they want. But I just find it especially strange that we still don't have that. Yeah, I had to look up a guide when I did the Scarlet Challenge, and it was, you know, it was still fun following the guide, but it was like, well, it's not really open world, is it? Because I'm specifically having to go here so that I've still got a challenge later on. But I don't know. Yeah, it does, definitely. It makes sense within the confines of the Pokemon world, doesn't it? Because they've definitely, like in Black 2 and White 2, Sharon is a new gym leader, isn't he? And he's got like a new team that he's not like taken his old team with him. He's like scaled it down and he's like made the typing right. So they definitely have like the potential to say like I don't know, say a really strong trainer came and challenged the first gym leader would bring out a stronger team to challenge them, presumably. I'm sure I remember reading about this or like seeing it before. So and I know they talk about in this game, even in Sword and Shield, I'm sure Milo talks about like, no, not Milo. Who is it? Somebody tells you that they get relegated to like a minor division if they're not if they lose too many battles or something. So yeah, don't know. It is definitely a thing. This commentator must be having the worst time he's ever had in this gym mission, because he has said the words, "Oh my word, is Challenger Wayfarer really going to end this thing with naught?" 804 times. And you've probably got a few thousand more yet, mate. I mean, from the actual like the game's perspective, the commentator must think I am just an idiot who just keeps running away from each battle because he doesn't know what's going on. It's going to be kind of cool that when I do find the shiny, it's going to count towards like the point system for progressing through the mission. Like this is going to net me like 3 points for catching it or something. Yeah, me too. Like he's got to read the same script over and over again, but he's like leaning to the guy next to him going, what? Why does he keep doing this? Like what? Why does he just keep running away? Does he know what's going? Somebody told him how this works. Does he know he's got to catch them? What are we doing here? I'm getting a bit hungry. I've got to get on for tea. And he's just we've been sat here for 12 hours. Oh, the guy gets 1,000 yards to it and whispers not 2 words. Shiny hunter. Bucky's sat on my knee, but he's even though he's a tiny dog, he's just so not heavy, but like when he's been sat on your knee for hours, you start getting a bit like, ow, I'm getting a dead leg. But yeah, you're right, it's like, I can picture that as well in being like, shiny hunter. And then the other guy going, oh. So. There should be some rules on this. They shouldn't be able to do this in the gym. I've got a family to get home to. And they're just sitting here, running around, making me say the same thing over and over again. I'm sick of it, Joe, I'm sick of it. That's what I picture it being like. Or just a really flat like, oh, for the 812th time, is Challenger Wafer really going to end this thing with naught? Yep, it's weird, isn't it? Because they're tiny, but they just really like, after sitting on your knee for so long, you start being like, ow, my legs. And I really hate. I don't know what. Maybe you might call it something different in Norway. I imagine it's called something different in a lot of different places in the world, but we call it pins and needles. Does anybody know what pins and needles is? Or has anybody got any predictions or like guesses on what pins and needles is? Yeah, I do. I think he does eventually start eating the gym Pokemon out of sheer desperation. Like once this shiny challenge is finished, this whole gym, once I've found the shiny Vulpix or Sizzlipede or Litwick, it will be a bloodbath, because everyone will have starved to death, or will be like, you know, trying to eat the Pokemon, or just trying to like bang on the doors to get out because it's been, you know, 36 hours straight without any sleep or food or water while I'm just shiny hunting. You do know what pins and needles is, there you go. Interesting that it's called like the same thing, you know what I mean? But yeah, oh, I hate pins and needles. Hate pins and needles. Keep a close eye on Charlotte, you know she's a bit slow. Yes. And, do you know what else as well? She's a slowpoke. which means she's a prime target for food because of the whole Slowpoke tail thing. Don't know if anybody remembers that from Gen 2. Hey kid, I'll sell you this Slowpoke tail nice and juicy for just 1 million Pokédollars. Might be a bit different with Charlotte because she's Galarian Slowpoke, so maybe it's not as rare, or maybe it's even more rare, but Slowpoke tails. Pokemon has a very interesting sort of like, it very much slides from innocent to dark, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, sometimes it's just like, hey, we're gonna battle our Pokemon. We know we're all like, we love our Pokemon. We're all happy in this world. We're all working together. And then sometimes it's like they dragged all the Slowpoke down to Slowpoke Well. They're going to cut their tails off while they're still alive and sell them for millions and millions of Pokédollars profit. There's like no in between. It's just like super dark or like nice and light and airy. Do I think they import Cantonian Slowpoke? Yes, potentially, yeah. Maybe poison, maybe Galarian Slowpokes are like a bit of a risky delicacy. You know, you could eat it and you could die. So maybe Charlotte will be alright. Maybe maybe Maeve is one to keep an eye on. I don't think Hitmontop would taste very good. Or maybe just as I find the shiny Sizzlipede, someone will just run out and steal it. Pokédex entries are so whack. Yeah, Pokédex entries are wild. Absolutely wild. You know, like the Drifloon one. We all know that one, don't we? The where you like lure kids away or something like that. Trying to think of other ones now. There's so many. Please, if anybody can think of any Pokédex entries off the top of your head that are just like out the bizarre, please put them in the chat because I would like to hear them. Like I said, I know about Drifloon. I feel like, doesn't Hatterene have like a really weird one as well, where it's like, if you show any emotion around this Pokemon, it will silence you violently. It's like, whoa, okay. And that's in Sword and Shield, that's not even an old one, that's like recent. Yeah, Maeve is definitely the most edible of the three. If you eat Charlotte, you will die. If you eat Hector, you probably couldn't. It doesn't look very edible. Drampa will hunt down the bully of children it befriends and burn down their houses. Oh god, that's brilliant. That's so brilliant. Because then you start questioning what else about that entry is like, you know, is so what, sorry, what I'm trying to say is I start going into the specifics. I'm like, well, does it burn down the house when they're not in it? Or does it burn down the house while they're in it? Does it kill them? What about if the parents are in? They haven't done anything wrong. Are they getting burned down as well? And presumably that's their livelihood gone. Their house is gone. So that is pretty dark. Hector will eat you. Yes, I agree, I think he would. Hector's got them wild eyes. When you look at Hitmontop, he has got those wild eyes. He would definitely eat you. I'm gonna have to, while we're doing this, I'm gonna have to Google other like some of the worst Pokédex entries. Reddit's always good for stuff like this. Oh well, apparently Litwick's is really dark as well, and we might get a shiny Litwick, so we better keep our eye on this one. Apparently Litwick's in Sword and Shield is: the flame on its head keeps its body slightly warm. This Pokemon takes lost children by the hand to guide them to the spirit world. What? Yes, Drifloon is a kidnapper, and what's even more wild about that one is they literally like brought that up in Legends Arceus. There was a bit where I think there was like a kid that found a Drifloon behind like a shed or something on the beach, and you had to go and I can't remember what you had to do, but it was something. Litwick eats your life force or soul. But it's just a cute little candle that will eat you. Interesting. The Dex entry for Iron Jugulus, is that right? Jugulus, something like that, is pretty quirky. This is what somebody's writing. It's not what I'm saying. It states that Iron Jugulus is the offspring of a Hydreigon that fell in love with a robot. So that one's not dark, it's just a bit like, you know, funny. Wow. Somebody else has wrote this this was on Legends Arceus website, not the game. So this is like just like a description of them. About Hisuian Zorua. These Zorua migrated to the Hisui region after being driven from other lands by humans who shunned the Pokemon for manifesting uncanny illusions. But the Zorua perished, unable to survive the harsh Hisuian environment and strife with other Pokemon. Their lingering souls were reborn in this ghost-type form through the power of their malice towards humans and Pokemon. That's pretty wild. Well, I agree, Demi. Litwick is a really good shiny. Is a really good shiny. I'm not sure about it now because of the Pokédex entry. I'm not sure I want one, because I don't want to be responsible for a Litwick doing some shady stuff. I wonder what Vulpix and Sizzlipedes are. Maybe I'll have to look them up. Vulpix can't be bad. I feel like Sizzlipede can't be bad either. But then again, I would never have guessed Litwick's would have been so dark. Litwick's is really dark. This one is apparently from Ultra Moon for Relicanth. It's not dark, it's just interesting. It says the reason it hasn't changed at all in 100 million years is that it's apparently already a perfect life form. That's a good one. In 5 generations, Vulpix probably commits arson for fun. Yeah, I could see something like that being the Dex entry. Because sometimes it is just like that, isn't it? It's like the Dex entry will be like, this Pokemon might look harmless, but don't be fooled. It does all this horrific stuff. Somebody's just wrote the Drampa one that you said. Oh wow. This one's Araquanid. It delivers headbutts with the water bubble on its head. Small Pokemon get sucked into the bubble where they drown. Lovely. But some of them are weirdly specific to the point where it almost doesn't make sense for it to be a dex entry, because it's too specific for that Pokemon to exist as any more than one Pokemon. Like, it suits a legendary, but it doesn't suit a regular Pokemon. So, as an example, Bayonets. This is, I don't know what game this is from, but it says, it's a stuffed toy that was thrown away and became possessed, ever searching for the one who threw it away so it can exact its revenge. Okay. Now, great dex entry, very interesting. But then you start questioning the logistics of it. It's like, well, every Bayonet looks the same. So, like, are you telling me that every Bayonet that exists is like the same exact looking stuffed toy that came back to life just to hunt the person who discarded it? And it evolves from Shuppet. So does Shuppet just go into a stuffed toy? I don't know. I suppose at some point, because they're all just like random creatures, you've kind of got to throw logic out the window, haven't you? And you've kind of just got to say, you know what? Let them just write whatever they want, because I imagine trying to make it all make sense just doesn't work. You think it transforms into a spirit, hence why it's ghost type? Yeah, that makes sense. But then, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is wouldn't Bayonet though, like, so that's like kind of like saying in Toy Story, Woody looks like Woody, doesn't he, right? If you were saying that Woody was a like spirit inside of a toy, then I don't know how to explain it. I feel like I know in my head, but I can't like get it out. I guess what I'm trying to say is like, if Bayonet is a spirit that possesses a toy that's been thrown away, why does every Bayonet look the same? Why don't they inhabit different toys? And then why does the spirit choose to inhabit that toy but not other toys? I don't know. I feel like I'm not making sense, but I just that's what I'm trying to say, I guess. Oh wow, Duskull's isn't dark, but it's just like strange. It says it loves the crying of children. It startles bad kids by passing through walls and making them cry. Dusk Noirs. Again, I don't know which games these are from. Dusk Noirs says that it comes to those whose lives have come to an end and escorts their souls to the afterlife, known to mistakenly take the souls of those who yet have life left in them, albeit rarely. So there's some poor souls out there in the Pokemon world who were completely fine before Dusk Noir came along and was like, nope, it's your time. Get in the box. Yeah, yeah, as long as the bad children, we don't care. That's fine. I think that's what Game Freak thinks as well. They kind of justify it by saying, ah, but they were bad children. So, you know, can't really point the finger at us. They shouldn't have been bad. Me too. It would be really cool, wouldn't it? Imagine if that was your job. Imagine if your job was to write the Pokédex entries for the Pokemon Company. And there will be somebody whose job it is. That is somebody's job. That's such a cool thing to be able to do. Yeah. I would love to work for, like, a company like that. Do you know what I mean? I would love to go and work for Pokemon. Even if it was just doing a normal job. You know what I mean? Like, even if it was just, like, genuinely, like, cleaning the office at the Pokemon Company. Or being the receptionist at the Pokemon Company. Or, I don't know, doing some, like, video editing or something. Yeah, like, literally, like, anything that would be where you could go to the building, like the head office, and work there. Even if it wasn't actually to do with, like, making the games or anything, I would definitely take that over just, like, working for a normal company. You know what I mean? I think that'd be cool. Oh, that's a very good point, Human, yeah. Very good point. better Duskull scares them straight now, rather than them bumping into Drampa later and having the house burned down because they've been a bully. Oh wow. This one is from Frostlass. Again, don't know the generation because the website I'm on just doesn't say it. It just gives you a random dex entry. But it says for Frostlass, when it finds humans or Pokemon it likes, it freezes them and takes them to its chilly den where they become decorations. I wouldn't mind that. I think I would take being a decoration in a Frostlass house. Personally, I'd be alright with that. that is actually quite dark, that one, isn't it? Oh, Gliscors is quite a popsicle connoisseur. Basically, yeah. Gliscors is quite dark. I don't know which one this one was from. It glides soundlessly. Excuse me. Got a bit of a sore throat. Let's try that again. It glides soundlessly on pitch black wings and sinks sharp fangs into the throat of its prey. It takes on a look of satisfaction once it has entirely drained its prey of blood. That's I can't believe some of these have been written in a Pokemon game. Unless this website's lying. But maybe that is also the point, is if you can't tell whether it's a Pokédex entry or it's a lie, that kind of says it all, doesn't it, about the Pokédex entries? It says that they're a little bit strange. Because you should be able to tell. You should be able to look and go, nah, they would never put that in a Pokemon game. you're gonna find this one funny. This one is, it's Gourgeist, which is the kind of like pumpkin looking Pokemon from Kalos. Gourgeist enwraps its prey in its hair-like arms. It sings joyfully as it observes the suffering of its prey. That's wild. Can I just ask as well, Human, are the ones you're writing now, like, also legit? These are Pokedex entries. Pawmi might look cute, but as it grows larger, it enjoys crushing skulls and dreams alike. If you look into the hole on a Shedinja's back, it will steal your soul. Literally, I was just thinking the same thing. It's Sprite. As a trainer, Shedinja would be the worst Pokemon to have in battle. Also, Shedinja's kind of a weird one, isn't it? Because Shedinja only becomes like a Pokemon in your party when you evolve a Nincada into a Ninjask. So presumably, whenever you get a Shedinja, it should already be loyal to you because you are its trainer. So the fact that it would then go on to steal your soul anyway is a bit dubious. Well, there you go. You've just proved the point perfectly. Pawmi's is made up and Shedinja's is true. But I looked at both of those and went, they could both be true. They could both be true. Who knows? Yes, if you have room when Nincada evolves and you have a Pokeball. You don't have that. I guess it just automatically releases. It flies away. Oh, I've just got another one. This is Mimikyu. A gust of wind revealed what hides under this Pokemon's rag to a passing trainer, who went home and died painfully that very night. Wow. You know what? It's the amount of detail they go into. They don't just say like mysteriously died that night. They're like painfully. They died painfully because they saw Mimikyu. Friendship and affection carries over to... So it carries over to your Shedinja. So then why is it stealing souls? What is its problem? I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for a Shedinja. Sometimes, well, the logistics of these Pokedex entries makes it even more weird. Like, as an example, so I've got Phantump here. And Phantump says, these Pokemon are stumps possessed by the spirits of children who died in the forest. Their cries sound like eerie screams, right? So it's like, okay, dark, mysterious, all that stuff. But then it's like, so if you take a Phantump into battle, you're telling me that you're basically making a child, the ghost of a child, fight Pokemon? That's weird. That's really weird. That kind of borders on something other than Pokemon. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't... It's almost so unbelievable that it's just... It just doesn't make sense at all. And it kind of makes me feel uneasy thinking that Phantom is just the ghost of a kid. It's just like, what? Why? It's just a little hungry. I guess, yeah, I guess it is. A Dex entry about a kid with psychic powers who one day woke up as a Kadabra. I don't know that one, but that's interesting. A kid who had psychic powers and one day woke up as a Kadabra. I mean, Pokemon's just filled with them, aren't there? There's just so many weird instances. Because then, again, I start questioning, I'm like, well, you know, what does that kid... Is that still a kid then? Or is that now a Pokemon? What about if somebody came and caught that Kadabra? Have they just caught, like, some kid? That's out of order. That's not okay. And then they trade that kid to another trainer, and then it evolves. The kid evolves into an Alakazam. The logistics of it sometimes is just like I get what they're going for, and nobody really thinks about it, do they? I know we've talked about it a lot on this stream, but it was just random. I don't usually think about Pokédex entries. But then when you do start thinking about them, you're like, yeah, they probably shouldn't have rolled that. Because that just, not only does that not make sense, but it's, like, makes you feel a bit uncomfortable. Oh, I've gone a bit blurry. Focus in. There we go. Don't know what was going on with my camera then. Your mask is another one. I've just found the one of the entries for your mask, and it says each of them carries a mask that used to be its face when it was human. Sometimes they look at it and cry. Like, why is it that they find the need to... Why do they find the need to make, like, human ghosts become Pokemon? Why can't, like, the ghosts of Pokemon become ghost-type Pokemon? Do you know what I mean? Like, so, like, as an example, let's say Marowak turned into a ghost when it died, because that was the whole story in Gen 1. That would make more sense, because it's like, it's a Pokemon that was a ghost that became a ghost Pokemon. But why do they feel the need to be like, oh no, these Yamask were humans who died and then, like, became a Pokemon? What? Does every person who dies become a Yamask then? What are the circumstances for someone becoming a Yamask? Hi Anderson, nice to see you back. How's your weekend been so far? Are you still going with the Legends Arceus decks? Or have you been up to something else today? We are currently discussing the sort of strangeness of Pokédex entries, basically. Good. I'm glad you had a good weekend so far. Nice. Do you know what I always hate now? Whenever like you Google anything that you're trying to find information about, it's like 10 of the most ridiculous Pokédex entries. Here are 30 Pokédex entries that you won't believe. It just annoys me. It's so hard to find. Like, the internet used to be great because people would genuinely have answers to questions that you had, and you could find it really easily, and then you could just go about your day. And now it's like gone back to the internet isn't useful again because people just fill it with like rubbish. People just fill pages like the top like 20 like results when I type in like weirdest Pokédex entries are like all like top 10s and top 20s, and I don't know, just annoys me. But it doesn't annoy me because it's the information that I'm looking for. It annoys me because it's like you try and click on one and it's filled with adverts and cookie settings and you know, what I had for breakfast and I'm like, I just wanted to see what a Pokédex entry was, that was all. I didn't want any of this. I didn't want to sign my life away. I know that's really petty, but I just... Ugh. Oops. Ooh, 888 encounters. We're getting through these quite quick, actually. We've only been going for an hour and 26 minutes, so we're not even halfway through the stream, but we have nearly done 200 encounters, so fingers crossed soon we'll get to 1,000. Might be able to get 1,200 done today. I hope. That would be quite good. Sorry, not 1,200 on stream, I mean like in total. Oops. I got quite a lot of votes, by the way, on my community post for which Pokemon people think we're going to get. And, well, 148 people voted. The results are in so far. The majority think we're going to find a Litwick. That was 39% of the votes. Second place was Vulpix at 34% of the votes, and Sizzlipede was in third place with 28% of the votes. So, people think we're going to get a Litwick. Funnily enough, I thought we were going to get a Sizzlipede. So I've gone directly against what the community thinks we're going to get. Thank you. You expect me to sleep tonight? Well, I've got to go and pick someone up later on at 10 o'clock. So that's why I'm ending the stream at 9:15. And then, yeah, when I get back from picking them up, I'll go and sleep. And I will definitely have a good sleep tonight because Bucky woke me up at 7 AM this morning, licking my face. So I did not get a lie in this morning. He got me up really early. And because my wife works like late shifts, like I wanted her to have a lie in, so I got up early with him and took him downstairs, and we just sat on the couch. I had coffee, he had some breakfast, and we watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia for a few hours. So yeah, I will be tired tonight because, well, I'm an old man and I'm already tired at 20 to 7, so you can guarantee that when it hits 11 PM, I will be tired. Sizzlipede, your bet too. Yeah. I don't know why I've got a feeling that it's going to be Sizzlipede, but for whatever reason I do. Like, quite a strong feeling. So I guess we'll see. If it turns out that we do get a Sizzlipede, then either me or you could be that kid that woke up as a Kadabra one morning. Maybe we've got the gift. Yeah, it was lovely. It was it is nice waking up and he's like, because he sleeps like on the bed because he doesn't like sleeping on the floor, so he like sleeps like at the end of the bed. But in the morning he'll come and wake you up. So, but it's nice. It is nice. You're hoping for Vulpix yourself. Yeah, to be fair, Demi, I would like Vulpix as well. But I just have a feeling that I'm going to get Sizzlipede. But thank you, yeah. I mean, to be fair, any of them, all three of them are really good. So I would be happy with any of them. I just think that Ninetales is a really cool shiny. And I think it's got quite a lot of good like use for it as well, with it being like a special attacker and having quite good like special defense and OK speed. I think it would be quite useful because it's got quite a few moves that you can get for it that are not special. That are special attacking moves, but have like some like cool effects to them. Like you can teach Ninetales Scorching Sands, which has quite a good effect for like a burn. I think it gets access to Will-O-Wisp, things like that. So I think it would be a good Pokemon to have. But to be fair, I was quite surprised. I was having a little look earlier today on Cerebi, and Sizzlipede looks like quite a good Pokemon as well. It's got like it gets access to quite a few moves that I was surprised about, like Lunge, which like lowers the opponent's defense or attack, I think. Skitter Smack. I think it gets access to as well, and this is bizarre, this one. I'm sure that Centiskorch can learn Scald, and I wish I'd known that before we came to the gym, because I would have gotten it in the wild area so that I could have taught it to... Well, maybe Sizzlipede can't learn it, to be fair, I'm not sure, but I would have tried to teach the TMs for the gym battle, but anyway, we might not get a Sizzlipede, so we'll see. Yeah, your cat's sleeping in bed too. Well, I think they just like the company, don't they? They don't like being on their own. Yeah, Bucky's a funny one. He does a little bit like what you've said, where you're like, they have that half, I have this half. Bucky tries to like insert himself into the covers like in the worst possible way. Like he'll sleep the opposite way to what he should do. So instead of sleeping like lengthways, he'll sleep like sideways and make sure you've not got any room. But but he's usually alright to me. He kind of like takes himself off to the end of the bed and just goes to sleep because he's, you know, he doesn't want to be too warm. But yeah, in the morning, it's either my head or my wife's head that he jumps on top of and starts like licking. It's just a roulette of whether you get to wake up early or not. But I don't mind too much. I usually wake up around 7 anyway, so... I mean, what are your cats like? Do your cats wake you up in the morning? Yeah, Demi, I agree. All three of them are really good. Ninetales is such a nice shiny. And really unexpected as well, because Vulpix is... Well, it's not like subtle, but it's not a massive change, is it? Whereas Ninetales is just like totally different to what it usually looks like. So yeah. You've got a few Litwicks already, so you don't need another one. Got you. Yeah. I don't think... I think I've got a shiny Litwick in Go, but I don't think I've got one on my like regular games. I do like Chandelore's shiny. But not so much, weirdly, it's like stat distribution. Because I know it's got like crazy high special attack, and then it's got like decent defense and decent special defense, but it's got poor HP and poor speed. So, I don't know, I find it, I think it's a bit of a strange Pokemon. Whereas Ninetales seems a bit more balanced. It's like, I don't know, it just seems a bit more balanced. And Centiskorch seems a bit more balanced as well. But we shall see. Yeah, I get that, human, yeah. Oh, Bucky's not like that at all. Where your cats are nice and respectful and they're like, oh, we'll not bother him because he's not going to get up any faster. Bucky is like, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. You've got to get up now. Wake up. And then some days when I wake up early and I try and like take him downstairs, he's like, leave me alone. I'm so tired. I don't want to get up. Don't want to get up today. So... yeah, they do like to try and get in the duvet, don't they? Oh, nice. So you've got one. You hatched one for your wife when Sword and Shield was out, and then you've also got some in Scarlet and Violet. That's the thing. It's Scarlet and Violet are just, you can just get so many, can't you? But that's good that you've got like some from different games as well. That's pretty cool. I think I've got, to be fair, I've got Vulpix. Definitely got a couple of them in Legends Arceus. Or maybe one. I might only have one, actually. Never had a Centiskorch or a Sizzlipede. And then I've got Litwick in Go, but nothing else. So, any of them will do for me. I mean, to be fair, the thing is like, I do like hunting shinies, obviously. But I only really do it for like the channel and the videos. Like, not that I don't like shiny hunting. I love shiny hunting, but I just mean that I don't really do it to like build a collection. I just do it because I like the challenge of beating the game with the shinies. The lack of nagging is the result of persistent training. Yeah, I give up too easy. I'm just like, oh, okay, we'll go downstairs. So it's my own fault. Hey, no ask, are you okay? I wonder where you've gone. But glad to see you back. We've been talking about Pokédex entries and how strange and weird some of them are. So if you've got any suggestions and any that you know that are just like crazy, well, you have to let us know. Yeah, and that is totally fair, Demi. Yeah. Only go for the ones you like, because it makes sense, you know. I know there's some people who try and build like a full like shiny living dex, and that is some that is difficult. It's very admirable. I'll see you later, Anderson. Thanks for joining for a little while. I'll see you again soon, hopefully. Yeah, you'd never like hunt something just to have it in like your collection. Do you know what I mean? I get what you mean. I think same here really, but I will sometimes like I'll find a shiny in the challenges that I'm doing, and I might not like it to begin with, but then it'll grow on me over time, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm glad that I got that shiny now. Pokédex entries Manaphy. I don't know what Manaphy's is. Let's have a look. Manaphy. Pokédex entry. Is it in? Did you say in Pokemon Ranger? Oh, sorry. I thought that's what you meant. Right. Yeah, if there's any like so you know like how Drifloon's dex entry is like it says something about it like kidnapping kids or something like that. It's like something like really weird. We were saying, well, Human was saying Drampa says that it burns down the houses of bullies who have like bullied a child that they've like befriended. So if there's any like like weird ones or funny ones or dark ones that you know of, pop them in the chat. Tinkerton, let's look at Tinkertons. Tinkerton. Tinkerton says it's got two. This intelligent Pokemon has a very daring disposition. It knocks rocks into the sky with its hammer, aiming for flying Corviknight. Poor Corviknights. I'm thoroughly on the side of Corviknight, by the way. I like Tinkerton, but not more than Corviknight. Justice for Corviknights everywhere. What else? The Violet one says that the hammer tops 220 pounds, yet it gets swung around easily by Tinkerton as it steals whatever it pleases and carries its plunder back home. We did go over Frostlass. Frostlass is weird, really weird. It like takes people back to its home and displays them as a decoration. Bizarre. Oh, nice. In your first playthrough of Pokemon Sword, your first shiny was Impidimp. After you reached the city of the 6th gym, you went back to the Glenwood Tangle and touched one of the mushrooms and came across it. So it was like an instant encounter as well. Just a totally random shiny. That's very cool. I don't think I've had many random shinies over the years. Certainly before I started shiny hunting on the channel, the only random shiny I can remember ever finding... Oh, sorry, I had two. One was a Mienfoo in... Oh, what was it now? It was an older game. I want to say it was like X and Y or something like that. It was an older game. And the other one was a Helioptile in Sword and Shield. But I don't think either of them were like during the main story. They were like later, like in the post game. So still cool, but you know. Some people tell me stories and I'm like, that is nuts. Like, starting the game just randomly and a shiny starter appearing, things like that. That's just stuff like that I'm very jealous of, because that is cool. Ponyta's Dex entry is really weird. Oh, I didn't know that. Is that Galarian Ponyta or is it regular? Ponyta Dex entry. I suppose it depends which like generation it is as well. But let's have a little look for Ponytas. Can't find any. I feel like a lot of the ones that I'm seeing for Ponyta are just like its hooves are 10 times harder than diamonds. It can trample anything completely flat in very little time, or capable of jumping very high. Yeah, I can't find it. But it does sound like something they would write 100%. Right, we're coming up to the... Well, we're about an hour and 50 minutes into the stream. So what I think I'm going to do is... when we get to 2 hours, I'll just go for a little break. And then we'll resume. But we've done quite well. 938 encounters. So we've we've nearly done 240 encounters in an hour and 50 minutes. Probably should be 100 and sorry, maybe 250 by the time we get to 2 hours. So yeah, we should be easily able to clear 1,000 encounters today, which I like. That excites me. You know, I feel like getting to 1,000 is it's just that first like step done. You feel like you're making some real progress. A Magikarp living for many years can leap over a mountain using Splash. The move remains useless though. Yeah, like, that in itself just doesn't check out, does it? Because it's like, if it generates that much power in its Splash to be able to jump over a mountain, then presumably, imagine a Magikarp that can jump over a mountain from the power of Splash. Why couldn't it turn that Splash into like a supercharged tackle? Because then, you know, maybe that's like an Ash Ketchum kind of unique technique, you know what I mean? Like, you know when he does those, like, in some of the old battles where he just comes up with this, like, outrageous strategy that doesn't make any sense and like, doesn't work. Oh, sorry, does work, but shouldn't work. Maybe that's what the Magikarp one's like. Can generate the power behind that Splash into a tackle. Bucky is currently lay on his back. Like, fully on his back. What are you doing? Oh wow, did you hear that? That was him flapping his ears. Imagine that in the morning. That noise, the ear flap. That loud. it's so loud. But they have got like Dumbo ears, Dachshunds, so that checks out. Yes, we did talk about Iron Jugulis before, yeah. Very strange dex entry, but like in a good way. That's not a dark one, that's just like a funny one. But doesn't really make sense, does it, when you think about it? Again, because presumably the future Paradox forms are like Pokemon that were created. That is the lore behind them, isn't it? They were like created because they thought was it like Pokemon had been wiped out or something in the future? I can't remember what it was, but yeah. How did Hydreigon and a robot have a baby? Doesn't make sense. And also, it's kind of the same thing that I talked about before. It's like, if Iron Jugulus is the child of like a Hydreigon and a robot, why are there so many of them? Why isn't there just one? Do you know what I mean? Are you telling me that multiple Iron Jugulus fell in love with multiple robots and they all made these offspring? I think the honest answer is just whoever writes the dex entries literally just does whatever they want. They just write whatever they want. And they don't really think about whether it makes sense or not, which I'm fine with. I mean, let's be honest. Nobody really thinks too much about the dex entries, but they are just a bit weird and a bit funny. What are you doing? You nutter. He's just rolling around on the floor. Like a madman. Oh, I see what you mean. So maybe the Hydreigon and the robot were very much in love and maybe made lots of Iron Jugulus. Yeah, could be. That's a very good point. But then, here's the other part of this. Presumably the robot wasn't the one having the kids. Presumably Hydreigon was having the kid. So how did Hydreigon produce metal? Maybe they ate egg power 3 sandwiches. Cloning, or they just built the kids. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. And this is what I'm saying. Can I just say, I'm not like, I'm not slagging it off. I'm not being like, it outright doesn't make sense. It starts making you question everything, don't you? Because you start going, well, how does that work? Or at least I do. I'm very like, if I read something and it doesn't quite make sense, my brain starts going, well, why is that the case? And what did they do in this instance? And how did they do this? And how did they do that? So I like the theories here. Let's keep going with the theories. So you think, Demi, you think cloning, or they built the kids? Could be. Definitely could be. I like that theory. Maybe maybe a human witnessed a Hydreigon fall in love with a robot, and in their brain went, that's a really good combination, we should make a robot Hydreigon, and they built them. And it wasn't like the offspring, it was like a pseudo offspring where somebody artificially made them. Right, I'm gonna encounter this Sizzlipede, and then I will take a little break because Bucky is starting to get fed up as well. I think he wants to go downstairs. So good timing really that we're going to take a break at 2 hours. We are at 1 hour and 58 minutes at the minute. So it's about right. 961. No shiny. Right. I will be right back, guys. Won't be too long. I'm back. I'm all out of sorts today. I put the wrong screen on them. Put streaming soon on, not that'll be right back. And I didn't get the microphone thing right at the start either, so I feel like I'm a bit out of sorts today. But I'll get better at it. Void Boy just came to make biscuits on my lap. Oh, God. Pairing up a storm. How is he? Is he okay? Thank you. What are you guys doing right now? Are you still shiny hunting anything? Are you doing anything new? Or are you just watching the stream? Oh good, I'm glad he's doing really well. Lucky has decided to stay downstairs. I don't think he wants to come back up. Oh, nice. That's really cute. Oh dear, just heard Bucky bringing up potentially a very loud toy. I may need to stop that in a second. I can hear him squeaking it from all this way away. It's like the toy he's got, the one that I can hear, is do you know like those toys that kids have that are like crinkly on the inside? So they kind of sound like somebody rustling a packet of crisps almost. It's that, but it also has a squeaker inside of it. He really loves squeaky toys. What about your cats, Human? Do they have any like? Do they have any? Do you have like one of them like cat station things? You know, the climbing frame things for them. Oh, nice! You're shiny hunting Silicobra. Yeah, I know. I was gonna say you're putting stuff in the chat. You're petting your cat. You're hunting for Silicobra. I like Silicobra. That's a good shiny, and I think Sandaconda is as well. Yeah, literally. Oh dear. He's not brought it upstairs, so fingers crossed he doesn't, because I don't want to take it away from him, but it's way too loud for the stream. Oh, you do? You've got one of those like climbing stations for them. They look so cool. I wish they did one for dogs, but then I suppose dogs wouldn't really bother with them, would they? But I wish they did something like that for dogs. I have been thinking about getting Bucky for his like birthday this year, like almost like a ball pit kind of. I know me and my wife have talked about it before, and I've always been like, we can't get him a ball pit because it will just be chaos. But I am starting to warm to the idea. Maybe like one that's like covered, it's got like a roof so that they can't spill out everywhere. Oh wow, you've got quite a few then. 1 in the bedroom, 1 in the bathroom, and 4 in the living room. That's cool. That's really cool. So they can just roam about and play on them. Do they have any like particular toys that they're obsessed with? Because I know, like, as an example, Bucky really loves tennis balls, but like to a weird degree. Like, we'll buy him lots of different toys, and a lot of them he just destroys immediately because that's what he's into. If he can't destroy a toy, it doesn't interest him, and he just doesn't play with it. He just loves destroying things. But with tennis balls, he rips all of the felt off of them, and then the rubber ball that's like underneath all the felt, he like treasures it. He like keeps them, and he likes like us throwing them for him, and he likes like fetching them, but he never like tears them to pieces. He keeps that like rubber ball, which is just so unlike him because every other toy that he has he just rips to pieces. So yeah, do your cats have anything like specifically like that where you're like, oh, they really like that toy? You know, they always treasure it and they don't like break it or anything like that. It's always the way, isn't it? You buy them some really like big expensive toys and then they only half use them. And that's kind of what I mean with like Bucky with the tennis balls. Like, we'll spend quite a bit of money on a lot of new toys for him, and he'll rip them all apart in like 2 days, and I'm like, oh, why do we buy him toys? Because he just does this. But then you'll buy him like a tennis ball that costs virtually nothing, and he really treasures it, and I'm like, that's so bizarre. Your youngest loves this like wobbly wibble ball. I kind of think I know what you mean. Is it like weighted so that it doesn't roll like a normal ball? It kind of rolls in a funny way. And that's really cute that they all adore something like you carved as well. That's really nice. Maybe they like associate that with you. Like 2 flat rubber circles intersecting. I think I know what you mean. I think I can like picture that, yeah. Oh, that's nice. That's cute. Very cute. Do you have like carpet, or do you have like wooden floor? Because I imagine it is quite noisy on wooden floor, but I would imagine it's like too noisy. Maybe Bucky's secretly a cat, because he really loves stuff like that as well. And he does actually behave very like a cat, you know. The way he stretches is like, you know, when like cats stretch and they have like that, like the arch, the back. He does that. And he also, what else does he do? Oh yeah, sometimes he'll be sat on like your lap or something, and you'll like, maybe you'll like move your hand to like fuss him, and he does this thing where he goes like this. Like what cats do, like bat your hand away. You'll do that. You've considered whether my dog's a cat as well. Yeah, he definitely behaves a lot like a cat. I suppose he is quite small. Maybe that plays into it. But some of the behaviours that he does. He doesn't, the barking is definitely not cat-like. He doesn't have a nice little meow. He has quite a loud bark. Small and cute and full of mischief, yeah. Yeah, that does sound cat-like. By the way, just to make sure, because I know my PC was being a little bit funny the other day, and it is new, so I'm still kind of working out the odd issue with it. But is the stream, like particularly my Switch gameplay, it's not like laggy or anything on the stream, is it? It's like it's carrying across a good quality. And the only reason I ask is because so when I was recording offline the other day, I tried recording the journey from like Turfield to Hullbury. So thankfully not a very important bit of recording. I ended up deleting it, which is fine because nothing really happened in it anyway. So when I make the long video, I'll just say, you know, next we headed off to beat Nessa or whatever. But when I did that recording and I just checked it back. I don't know why I even checked it back. Because I never usually do, but I just thought, oh, well, let me just check that recorded okay before I went into the Nessa battle. And it like was super laggy, and but like really laggy. And the file, for some reason, my files are usually like, say I record for like 40 minutes, it'll be like 8 gigabytes or something like that. This was like 50 gigabytes, but it was really laggy. which just didn't add up. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure, because particularly when I came on before and the mic wasn't connected for some reason, and I don't know, my preview has been a little bit laggy, so I've been a bit like, oh, I just was wondering, that was all. But that's good then. If it's carrying across to you, that okay, that's fine. Because even if you were on your phone, if it was an issue on my end, you'd be able to see it, I think. So as long as it's okay on yours, that's fine. Yeah, really weird. I don't know why it did that. And that's like one of the first times I've ever seen that happen. It was through, to be fair, it wasn't OBS, it was the Elgato software. But it's still the first time I've ever seen that happen. Yeah, don't know why. I think one of the most difficult parts of like YouTube or streaming or whatever, and I do like talking about this stuff sometimes, like, because I don't feel like a lot of creators do. Or like a lot of people just kind of they put the videos out and they don't really like talk about how they're made or things like that. But I think one of the most difficult things sometimes, at least for me as someone who's like just learned it myself and got into it without doing anything, you know, like doing any classes or anything like that, is, you know, like how you're listening on you're watching on your phone. Some people might be watching on the phone but with headphones in. Some people might be watching on a TV or a PC or on a games console. Sometimes it's like hard to know if you've got the sound in particular set up okay, because it can sound very different through headphones compared to a TV, compared to a phone. Do you know what I mean? I always find that bit like quite difficult, because sometimes I'll listen. So when I do like the editing for the videos, I'll listen to it back through headphones, and it usually sounds fine when I've recorded my voice. But then sometimes, then like I'll go, say like when a video releases, I'll go and watch it on a TV just to make sure that it sounds right and it's okay. And I'll be like, oh, that doesn't sound anything like what it did when I had my headphones in. Sounds awful. But it's too late at that point. Maybe it was haunted by the ghost of a discarded recording, seeking out the person who deleted it in the first place. Brilliant. Topical. Bayonet. The bayonet of Elgato recordings. Well, it did haunt me because it was rubbish. It was really, really bad quality. But thankfully it wasn't anything important. Like, if I'd have done the gym battle like that, because I have a terrible habit as well of just saving and not watching. What I should do is I should do something. I should record the section, then I should watch it back, and then I should save if it's okay. But what I do a lot of the time is I'll record it, I'll save, and then I'll be like, oh, I shouldn't have saved. Fingers crossed that looked okay. And most of the time it is okay. I'm just my own worst enemy for it. And in fact, the other day when it was when that file was really bad, even though I knew that had just happened, I remember I came out of the Nessa battle for the record when I just recorded like the one after that, and I immediately saved. And I was like, you weren't supposed to save. You were supposed to check the file beforehand. Why did you just do that? So even when I'm like, it's fresh in my memory, I know I shouldn't be doing it, I still mess it up. It's just habit, I suppose. Oh, that is a very good idea for a Pokemon. Electric and Ghost looks like a cassette with the film or tape spilling out of the case. You could call it as well. Either some kind of like some version of the word like retro, or cassette like mixed with something. So I have to think. What name could we give to that? That's a really good idea for a Pokemon. I like that. I like that a lot. Can't think of a name for it though, but it's a cracking idea. Have we ever had a Pokemon that is like a variation of a camera? I can't think of any. And I don't mean like a little digital camera. I mean like oh well, I suppose they can't do it now. But do you ever remember when in the earlier gens, like you'd be challenged by like a cameraman and a news reporter, like the big cameras that they carry? That would have been a cool Pokemon, but they wouldn't be able to do it now because they were real cameras and not those Pokemon. So you could call it Rectro. I like that, Rectro. Yeah, Rectro. That's brilliant. Relectro. There's a bit of electric. Retro. Relectro. Can anyone think of any other kind of inanimate objects that we haven't had as Pokemon yet, but would be good? You know, would be good examples, or like a cool new design if somebody came up with one. I'll try and have a little think as well. Where you'd like to see Pyro be like renamed to Fryon. Pyro's a funny Pokemon. I feel like a lion's a really good Pokemon to. Sorry, a lion is a really good design to base a Pokemon on. But I never really enjoyed Pyro personally. I thought they were a bit too normal. Do you know what I mean? Like, lions are such cool animals, but Pyro is just a bit like disappointing in comparison, I guess. It's really hard to think of an inanimate object that you could base a new Pokemon on. When I really think about it, I start to struggle because there's so many inanimate objects, but then it's like trying to make them feel alive and, you know, like they've got a personality. That's quite difficult to do. You know, because you could take anything really. You know, you could take like a shopping trolley or a bag and make it into a Pokemon, but that doesn't make it feel alive and like it's got its own little personality. Whereas like something like Litwick, even though it is a candle, it's got like a little personality to it, and it looks cool and it makes sense, and do you know what I mean? It's hard to find. Oh, sorry, it's hard to think of things that you could just point to and be like, that could be a Pokemon. I mean, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, you can turn anything into a Pokemon for sure. And like you said, like if you gave it some eyes and sharp teeth around the entrance of the bag, like that could look really good. But I suppose it's getting it to that point. Like me and you could draw two designs for that idea, and they could look totally different. You know what I mean? You could have it like with the paper bag like lying on its side. I might have it standing up straight. And I think that's the trouble. That's the sort of the trouble, is like you have to. Not only is the thing that they decide on. Not only does the thing that they decide on have to be able to kind of have a personality to it and feel real, but then it's also like their design has to feel real as well, because you could take something like we were talking about Klefki the other day. We both like Klefki. It's a good Pokemon. But that design could look terrible if somebody else drew it or designed it, even though it's the same concept. Baggins, the back Pokemon. It pretends to be a shopping bag so people will put their food inside it. If you try to take back your groceries, it will growl, but its teeth like bite. That's brilliant. That's really good. That's really creative. The bag Pokemon. Although you might get sued by Lord of the Rings for Baggins. I think a good example of a Pokemon that works with being an inanimate object, like really well, but could have also looked really bad, would be, is it Delmise? Like the ship Anchor? That's clever. That's a really cleverly designed Pokemon. No, I think you would be fine with Baggins, to be fair. It's not. I don't think. I think Lord of the Rings has been over for a long enough time. Yeah, Delmise, yeah. Very good concept, very well executed as well. Oh, are they? Rings of Power. I have seen it advertised, but I haven't watched it. But I seem to remember people. I seem to remember seeing people say that it wasn't very good. So, I mean, I do like Lord of the Rings, but I'm not like, it's not like the top of my list for, you know, like stuff. But I've watched all of the films, and I do like them. But like, I never, when Rings of Power was originally like coming out, I never thought like, oh, I've got to watch that. So I suppose I've not missed out, but does are there any other shows that are like adaptations of something you already liked that are out, that are good, that you would consider good? Oh, spill the tea. Your friends shared some tidbits. What does he think of it? Or she, sorry. I thought I read he for some reason. Oh, it's always a shame, isn't it, when they do that? Like, they take something that's been established for years and years and just rip it to shreds with canon. It's sad. Especially because there's just like a lot of the time there's no need for them to do that. And I think the only reason that they do it is because the people who are writing the show or are like involved with the show just don't care about what has come before it. Like, I know there was a lot of outrage about the Halo TV show because it just like they just didn't care, really. And you can tell that they didn't care when they were making that show, because I remember reading an article about who like from the guy who plays Master Chief, saying that like basically people just need to get over it. That's the version that they wanted to make, and that's what they made. And it's like, you wouldn't even have a job if people didn't want to watch this for what it was originally based on. So don't tell people to just get over it. Make a good show. Be faithful to what that show should have been about. Don't just say, oh yeah, you've got to get over it. Because, funnily enough, when you change quite a lot about what people like, about something that they really liked, they're not going to want to watch it. Obviously. Oh dear. Oh well, I'm sorry, because I do feel for her, because when you're so looking forward to something like that and it comes out and you're just disappointed, it's like, oh, it's just such a shame. Yeah, we'll get over it, but not because we're watching it. We're gonna stop watching. We've had enough. I remember, it's not been out very long, but a show that I thought was really well done compared to its like source material was Fallout. I thought Fallout was cracking. And I actually quite liked The Last of Us as well. I thought The Last of Us was quite faithful to the game. It was pretty good. But yeah, I can understand why it rubs people the wrong way when a show messes with established canon and things like that. It's frustrating. Although I will say, as much as I mean, I liked The Last of Us, but I I'm not like a mega fan of the games anyway. Like I just kind of I played the games and enjoyed them, but no, I've not been like a mega fan of it or anything. So maybe there are issues with that one that I don't know about. But I thought Fallout was pretty good. That's fair. That's fair. Oh yeah, I remember you saying you've not got the like streaming stuff, have you? I mean, to be fair, a lot of it is probably not worth the money, really. I don't know. The thing is I don't watch a ridiculous amount of TV, really. Yeah. I much prefer like playing games. I just always have. I find it like a struggle to... Like I used to play a lot of football when I was younger. Played from when I was like 6 to about 22, 23. So I played a lot of football. And I used to love playing. But I wasn't... Even though I would watch football, I was never like a massive fan of watching. But I loved playing. So I think my brain type is like, I want to be doing something, not watching something. But I do watch a bit of TV, but I just mean in general. I don't watch tons and tons. But what comes out on streaming nowadays, really, I don't know, I find it a little bit weird. I have my opinion on streaming is like, not that it ruins TV and film, but it definitely has a massive impact on it in a negative way. And what I mean by that is I remember when I was growing up, so many good TV shows, you know, Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones, then you've got like comedies like How I Met Your Mother, Scrubs, you know, just very good shows. Now, because streaming kind of like just pumps out show after show after show after show after show, and a lot of them, like, even if you pick them up and you like them, if they don't get enough views, the service will basically just kind of like cancel them. So, like, I know we watched there was like a spin-off of How I Met Your Mother called How I Met Your Father, and we watched the first season of it, and they cancelled it because they didn't get enough interest on streaming. But the thing is like, if streaming wasn't a thing and that was just on like regular television, it wouldn't have got cancelled. So it's a bit of a shame. And then I think films for sure have been negatively impacted. Like, people do not go to the cinemas as much anymore, and there's not as many films out that are of a good enough quality. Specifically with like Marvel. Marvel was so good. And then when Disney Plus came out, they started just putting out loads of TV shows. And it ruined it. Marvel has had some bad films recently, but it was largely ruined by the fact that there was just way too many shows coming out that just didn't add anything to to the overarching story. So I think streaming is a funny one. It's cool having everything on demand, but it's definitely not made the quality of TV and cinema better. It's made it worse. And I wonder whether it will last, personally. I wonder whether we'll still have streaming in 20 years' time, because as it gets more and more diversified with different platforms offering subscription packages, I don't see people getting every single like streaming package. So welcome back. Not ask, sorry, I was just ranting about that, but I'm glad that you're back and you're staying. We're only on for another hour and 15 anyway, so it won't be too long till I'll be going off either. So yeah, you barely watch Marvel as well. The best movies are the Pokemon movies. Do you know what? Pokemon movies, I haven't watched one in forever. I used to watch them. I loved the first film and the second film. The Entei one was a little bit weird. Very weird, actually. I loved the Celebi one, where Ash went back in time and Professor Oak was like the kid that he met. I loved the Latias and Latios one with the Soldew. But yeah, I don't think I've watched any of anything past that. Maybe I should watch them. Maybe I should start watching them. Oh, you had videotapes of the anime. That's cool. That's cool. I don't think I ever had any of the anime on video. I watched a bit of it on Cartoon Network or something like that when I was a kid, but yeah, that's really cool. Oh, VCRs. Remember VCRs? That does make us old, because I guarantee there'll be a lot of people, if they're in the stream, any lurkers, who will be like, what's a VCR? You've watched the Entei one as well. The Entei one is so weird. Where it's Entei and the Unknown, and Entei is that kid's father who died, I think, and then came back as Entei to take care of her. Just sometimes the anime, I remember maybe this is why I couldn't get into it, but sometimes I would just watch it and just be like, what is happening? I have no idea what's going on. A Legends game with Celebi would be sick if it was the same plot as the movie. Oh, it would. It would be so good, wouldn't it? That would be cool. Oh, Demi, you've just watched Zekrom and Victini. Is that good? Is that a good one to watch? I feel like I want to start watching them now we've started talking about it. I feel like I should. I feel like it's a rite of passage for Pokemon fans. Maybe I need to, start watching them. I would certainly like to. Although I'll have to find them first. I don't even know what they're going to be on. Entei is an illusion created by Unknown because she missed her father and they did their best to replace him. Sorry, I think you're spot on, actually. Yeah, you are. Interesting. Oh, you've only just started watching the films. I think they still do films, the movies. Yeah, I mean, I definitely watched a few years ago. I watched an updated version of the, what was it called now? It was called I Choose You, I think. And it was like a really weird art style because it wasn't a cartoon. It was almost like 3D animation, and it was like Ash and Pikachu's journey. Up until maybe when they see... No, it wasn't when they see Ho-Oh. When was it? I can't remember. I'm sorry. I'm really butchering this, but my point is that wasn't that long ago, and it was like a retelling, but with some new features and aspects in it. But they must still do a few films. They must have done a film for like around journeys. In fact, as well, I would like to watch Journeys, because that's another one that I don't know where I would find it, but I'll have a little look. Oh, thanks, Demi. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll find it legitimately. I'll find like a legitimate way of getting it, just because I've heard some horror stories recently of people using less than legit sources in the UK. I don't want to... I'm not a risk taker. But thank you. When will I end stream? At 9:15. And I have to be very exact just because I've got to go and pick someone up in my car, so I've got to get off and get there in time. So 9:15, so that is an hour and 8 minutes. Oh, an hour and 7 minutes now away. It's a streaming site. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very much like a I'll just pay for it. I'll just get it because I nothing against people who do it, you know. Totally understand why you would want to use them. But yeah, I'm more just like I'm definitely gonna just pay for it myself. And then and then at least then I can own it as well. To watch on a rainy day. It's coming up to winter now. It'll be nice to watch some on a rainy day. Honestly, and then you got stuff is expensive, so I get it. Don't worry, I'm not saying do not use it or anything like that. At all. I just mean, you know, that's just what that's just to alleviate my own anxieties. That's what I do. Oh, thank you. Look at you. Aren't you just a gem? You're too nice. You're too nice. Thank you very much. That means, can I just say that means a lot. That means a lot. And especially because you haven't even like benefited from the stream you know, too much, have you? So thank you so much for that. That's really nice. Yeah, but it's okay. It's okay because it still counts. Don't worry. It still counts as even though it's still an hour away, it still counts. Thank you. That's really kind. That's really nice. I really appreciate it. And like I said, don't ever feel any pressure to contribute towards me or anything. Just, you know, if that is something you want to do, I've put it up there just in case, but don't ever feel like you've got to, because you know, stuff's expensive and it's your money and spend it on you, you know what I mean? But I do appreciate it. Because it's like the ultimate compliment, I think, for someone to say, like, oh, I've really enjoyed your streaming or your channel. Here's how much. That's just so nice. Well, that's real. That honestly, that is beautiful. Thank you. You know, and I get that. I do get that as well. But I don't appreciate it any less. You know what I mean? It's really nice that you donate to me and that you think that I deserve it as well. That's lovely. You know, and when I started my channel, I had an old channel where I used to play Jurassic World games, and it wasn't very good. The content was not very good, but it taught me how to like edit the videos and things like that. And then I think I might have talked about this the other day, but I don't know if I talked about this to you, not ask. So I'll tell you now. And then when I started this channel, I originally was playing like Star Wars Battlefront 2, and I used to just like play a game because I was quite good at it, and then I would edit the footage down and then like post the video, and it just got like 20 views here, you know, maybe 30. And then I was like, right, I want to do like challenge videos. I want to get into like making videos about me playing the game with a really big challenge, you know. So like maybe playing a Call of Duty game on its highest difficulty, trying to get as least deaths as possible. And eventually I got to Pokemon, and I was like, I've always wanted to try beating the game with only shiny Pokemon. So I tried it with Let's Go. And then it just, for some reason, my Let's Go video just like popped off, which was really bizarre to me because I've made videos now for something like 4 years, and I've never seen a video do that. It was like crazy, you know. It was thousands of views in a matter of days. Like I think I looked after 4 days and it had 20,000 views, and to someone who usually only gets 20 views, 30 views, I was like, that is nuts. So I guess what I'm trying to say is to have come from, you know, just getting 20 views here, 30 views there, and making like quite basic videos that people just kind of like, you know, aren't really watching, to being able to do all this stuff and like chat with you guys and have you even donate to me, like genuinely means the world to me. I can't even tell you how much, because I wanted to do sort of content creation. I've wanted to do it for years. Like, I'm sure you'll all have heard of like KSI, because he's from the UK, isn't he? So I used to watch KSI when I was like, you know, 16, 17, something like that. And now I'm nearly 30. And I remember back then I was always like, I would love to make a career out of like playing games and stuff. And obviously I haven't made a career out of it yet. But even just to get to this point where, you know, you think that my stuff is worth donating to, that's phenomenal. I don't think I'll find something else career-wise in life that like means more to me, to be honest. So, who's KSI? Oh, KSI is like he was a YouTuber, or is a YouTuber. Have you ever heard of the Sidemen? It's like a group of UK men who like, they used to all play like FIFA together, and then they kind of like lived in like a house together, and they would make other content, like they would do all kinds of like weird stuff. And KSI even like, he got into like boxing, and he boxed Logan Paul. But I'm kind of surprised you've not heard of him, just because he is he's like huge. You know what I mean? But yeah. Well, thank you. I'm really glad that you like, you know, what I'm making and what I'm doing, and hopefully in the future, you know, maybe I could make something out of it. We never know. You never know what's around the corner, do you? I mean, I never thought I would get this far, so. But you know, I've only gotten this far because of like support from you guys, you know, and everyone who's liked my videos and watched them and enjoyed them. I wouldn't have been able to get all the streaming stuff if I didn't get that. So, thank you guys, really thank you, because it's phenomenal. I told you I live under a rock. Well, yeah, but I don't know. I just thought maybe you would have heard the name off someone, because I feel like he's one of those people who has almost become like a celebrity, even though he's done it through YouTube. You know, like I think most people have heard of like PewDiePie, haven't they? He's not on PewDiePie's like level of fame, maybe, but he's not. I don't think he's far off. Yeah, he used to do some really funny stuff, didn't he? I don't really watch him anymore, but like I said, like that was kind of. I remember back in the day, KSI, PewDiePie, people like that were the people who started to really turn YouTube from just being like a little clips kind of platform into a real platform, like where people had audiences and communities and they tuned in to watch them. I think it started with their era, so you know, they were people that I definitely watched and was like, wow, they're doing it. I would love to do that. Oh no, don't worry, not ask. I'm not giving up. Don't worry. I would love to keep going and hopefully make something of this, but we just don't know, do we? You know. We just don't know what's going to happen. But like I said, I didn't think I would get this far, so I could still do something. And with your support, you know what I mean? All the support you guys have given me, particularly this week on the streams, you've helped make my streams like more popular, and they've been getting more views, and people have been like, more people have come and joined us. So yeah, thank you all very much. Oh, don't worry, human, I am the same. Maybe just I know a little bit more, but I am the same, because my wife will sometimes say to me like, "Do you know this person?" I'll be like, "Nope." Who's that? Cue, shock, gasps. Yeah, you're right, Demi. Yeah, partnered with Logan Paul, co-founder of the Prime Drinks. Definitely, like a big presence, isn't he, in sort of pop culture now? I guess, not pop culture, just in general. Seems like a lot of people know of him now. Do I think the Legends game series will continue? Oh, I hope so. I really hope so. Legends is such... We were talking about this yesterday. Legends has got so much potential, you know. The most fun parts of Pokemon, for me, are in the legends and myths and stories that happen hundreds or thousands of years before you play that game. So, you know, when you journey through Johto and they talk about the burned tower and the legendary beasts and, you know, things with Ho-Oh, and do you know what I mean? And you see all the different towns that you know are really old. All of that's got so much potential where they could make a Legends game for every single like main series game we've got, and that really gives the franchise more variety. and I think it gives it longevity, because it means that people are more likely to come back and play the games, because Legends Arceus is different enough from the regular games where you can, I don't know, you can enjoy it for being something different. So I would like to see them carry on, and I think they will. I think maybe there was some doubts when Arceus released whether they would carry it on, but the fact that they've announced Legends ZA, I think confirms that they know they're onto something. Because if they'd have just released Arceus and never gone back to it, then we would know that they weren't going to do it. But I think because they've now got 2 games that are in the Legends format, I think they will continue making them, because they know that they're going to sell and they're a good idea. So, fingers crossed. Yeah, exactly. Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, really cool creatures, but with no backstory, so you could just make things up. Exactly, created by Lugia, not much else. So all you've got to do really with like Generation 1 and 2 is just come up with anything. You know, they're not constrained like they were with Arceus. Where like Arceus was like, we have to follow the lore that we've put in place in Gen 4 and Sinnoh, with like the Lake Trio and the Red Chain, and how Arceus created Dialga and Palkia and all that stuff. In quite a few generations, there isn't really much backstory, so there's a lot of things that they can do where they're just not tied down to something. And I think as well, even when they are tied down to something, you know, like what they were in Legends Arceus, where they had to follow a sort of a vague story based on what they'd already set up in Gen 4, it was brilliant. They knocked it out of the park. So, I agree. I think it's going to be a lot of fun watching them come up with all the different legend stories, and I think they will all be, well, maybe not all of them, but I think the vast majority of them will be hits. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think they will carry on making Legends games? Or do you think that they'll see how ZA goes? I just can't see ZA not selling. I think it's going to sell a lot of copies, because I think people maybe didn't buy Legends Arceus in droves at first because they were unsure of it. And now I think people know how good Legends Arceus was. I mean, I never hear people talk that much. Like, I don't really hear people talking negatively about Arceus. So I can't imagine people not buying ZA. Unless, I don't know. Unless we get more information on the game and people, for some reason, it looks terrible, but I just don't think it will. Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, you could. There's definitely options to come up with different stories, and yeah, I totally agree. And I think as well, here's an interesting part of Pokemon for me. So if you told a story thousands of years ago and you fast forward to the present day, that story will not be the same. It will have been written in a different context. It will be misconstrued by people in the present day. It will be just kind of like misunderstood in general, and it will change somewhat. You know, it's like the story will not remain the same. And I think you could incorporate that into Legends games as well. You could say that, I don't know, you could maybe tell a different story to what was established in the games in the future, And all you would have to do really is pass it off as, you know, they lost a key piece of information that like would have explained it in the future. Because stories don't remain the same, you know what I mean? Just because I don't know, if I read something now that was from a couple of thousand years ago, it might not have been written in the way that I'm interpreting it, or maybe there are aspects to the story that are missing that mean that I can't understand it in the way that it actually played out. So I think they could still make stories that contradict what people in the present day in Pokemon are saying, because that is just that's how stories work. Right, last break before the end of the stream. I will be back in literally 1 minute. Right, I am back. Final 45 minutes, exactly. That was good timing. So I need 72 encounters in 45 minutes. That should be possible. That should be possible. That's like, what, less than 2 encounters a minute? I'm easily going to get that. Thank you. Yes, Alola is a very good region. Very good region. I think that one would be a really fun one for Legends as well. You know, particularly because, like, think of the noble Pokemon, where you had one in each area. Well, you've got, like, the Island Guardians. You could bring something, you know, you could do something with that where, like, each Island Guardian is some sort of test that you've got to overcome, that you've got to beat to move on to the next one. I am very intrigued to see what ZA's, like, storyline is, because it sounds so vastly different to what Legends Arceus was that I just can't picture it. it sounds like we're going to be involved in the rebuilding of Lumio City, which sounds great. But that's very different, isn't it, than like the format of what Legends Arceus was, where it's like you've come from another world and you've got to help it because it's in like peril from this like otherworldly threat. It doesn't sound like that. It sounds very like down to earth and normal, which kind of makes me think, what is it going to be about? I'm very excited for it. I'm going to have to watch some like theory videos or something. Alola gave us Snow Fox. I approve. I approve too. That is a great Pokemon. Alola and Ninetales. Brilliant. When you're going to play Sun and Moon, is it fair that once you get Lunala, you're hacking Solgaleo? I think so. I mean, just I think do whatever you want, you know? Because I think the only problem with like cheating is if you say you're going to do one thing but then you don't do it. So what I mean by that is, if you were like, oh, I'm doing a Nuzlocke, and then one of your Pokemon faints and you go, I'm just going to pretend that didn't happen. That's obviously not fair. But I think if you want to hack in a Pokemon when you're just playing casually, of course it is. You wish you liked Alola. Like, do you mean like Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon? That's fair. I mean, I think they're really good games, but I know what you mean because they are a little bit. They're quite different, aren't they, to like regular games? You know, the Island Trials, and then you still go to the Elite Four, but it's like it's not like the usual format. So I do get that. You can get both. I'd forgotten about that, to be honest. I'd totally forgotten about that. Yeah. But there you go. So that solves that problem for you. Oh, I mean, it's certainly possible. It's certainly possible that it'll have different mechanics compared to Arceus. I've got to imagine that some parts will be different. But I would be pretty disappointed if ZA completely like binned the like dodging and Pokemon being able to like attack you mechanics, which is a shame because I know when I was speaking to Human about it the other day, Human doesn't really like the sort of the Legends Arceus mechanics, and I can understand why, because I feel like a lot of people who would play the normal Pokemon games, it's a very big transition playing like the mechanics in Arceus. But I do like it. I do like it. And I would hope that they keep basically what I'm trying to say is I would hope that they keep the core mechanics of Pokemon can attack you, you can run around in the overworld, you know, you're not like very constrained by like having to like enter a battle. You know, you can just throw Pokeballs at Pokemon to start a battle. You can throw a Pokeball and catch them without entering battle. I would hope they keep all of that. And then maybe just change some of the other mechanics. So like the story of Arceus was you have to... There are basically noble Pokemon that are like these revered Pokemon. They're very, usually very powerful. And they belong to like... Well, not belong, but they kind of... The different clans in the region sort of... look after them and revere them and worship them, but they keep getting struck by this like odd lightning, and when they get struck by it they like go into a frenzy, and you have to like calm them down and then move on to the next region where it's happening there, and then eventually you like get to the point where you take on Dialga and Palkia and you like subdue them, and then I'm not going to spoil the rest of it, but my point is that's very like, it's almost like confrontational. It's like you have to defeat them, you have to calm them down, but you have to do that by like beating them and putting your life at risk, sort of thing. I wouldn't mind if they swapped the noble Pokemon out for something like, to rebuild the city of Lumiose, you've got to journey to different places, maybe with where there are like powerful Pokemon that rule over a certain area, and you have to gather the resources from that area. So like, let's say somebody came to you in Legends ZA and they said, well, we're looking at building these skyscrapers, but we need this special kind of metal, and you only find it in the mountain region of like wherever. Can you go journey there for us and bring us back some of this metal? Or like at least like make sure the location's safe so we can like get in there and get the metal. And then when you get there, there's like a cave. And outside the cave there's this metal that they need all around the cave. But the cave is home to a Tyranitar, and you have to beat the Tyranitar to be able to gather the metal, or to be able to let the workers come in and get the metal to build the city up. I would be okay with things like that in terms of a change in mechanics, but I would hope that the core mechanics of like how you battle Pokemon, how you escape Pokemon, things like that stay the same. If that makes sense. What about you guys? Do you think they'll have different mechanics to Legends Arceus? It is kind of not Arceus, yeah. It's like a spin-off game and a normal game all in one. If you've not played it before and you're interested in it, and I'm not just saying this because it's my video, but if you watch my Legends Arceus Shiny only video, that will probably clear up a lot of what the game's like. You'll be able to see how it works and what it's like. But yeah, the story is phenomenal. Definitely one of the best Pokemon stories I've ever played through, for sure. Yeah, I understand why you want to get rid of Styles, Demi. Yeah, Styles were a bit of a hit and miss kind of thing for me. There were instances where I liked them, and there were instances where I didn't. They felt a little bit overpowered in places. Like sometimes you would lose a Pokemon and you couldn't do anything about it because the AI just kind of went agile style followed by strong style, and you got wiped off you got the floor wiped to you. Totally agree. Yeah, it would be great if Arceus was like a test game, and then, oh my god, if Arceus was a test game, ZA should be brilliant, because it was bloody good for a test game. yeah, sufficient customization, that would be awesome. Really awesome. Because we did kind of get that in Arceus, but I didn't love a lot of the outfits. There was only a very few like accessories and stuff that I actually liked. So yeah, I would like some good customization. Especially because like Kalos and Lumio City and stuff, they're a very kind of like artsy, fashionable people in Kalos, aren't they? So it would make sense. And more emphasis on crafting could be, definitely, because if the main story is about rebuilding the city, I wonder if it's going to be rebuilding the city after the war, you know. I wonder if that's what it's going to be. Maybe ZA picks up right after the huge Pokemon war that they had in X and not in X and Y, sorry, the one that they talk about in X and Y, which was like thousands of years ago, and it's what the great weapon was based on. I wonder if it's going to be like Lumio City got destroyed in the war, and the game picks up with like you either are from the future or you, I don't know, maybe you just live in that time period, and you need to like they need to rebuild the city, but because they don't want to like fight anymore, they don't want to like have another war, they want the city to be rebuilt as like a place where everyone just works together, people and Pokemon. And if that is what the game is going to be about, then crafting would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? To have an emphasis on crafting and actually making things. But then, I suppose it's difficult to know how that would translate for like Pokemon itself, because they've still got to make what makes a Pokemon game fit in with this. So I don't know. Maybe they saw what happened with Pal World, where that was kind of like a mishmash of different games, but really it was a Pokemon inspired game. But it had a lot of crafting in that, didn't it? So maybe they saw that and kind of went, that's what we want to do, because people liked that. Yes, I agree, Demi. It was kind of like it seemed to me it was like they wanted to change battling, but they didn't want to change it too much. So they kind of added that feature in when, like you said, it maybe wasn't really needed. I don't think I hated Styles. But I definitely know where you're coming from, and I definitely agree that it didn't add a lot for me. I will say what I did like about the battling was that you didn't need to. Do you remember when, like, do you know, like in the normal games, if a Pokemon gets paralyzed, it's paralyzed. Full stop. If it's frozen, it's frozen. In Legends, it's like if a Pokemon gets frozen, it suffers like frost damage. So it's not like it can't move, it just kind of takes gradual damage. I quite liked that. Do I want ZA to come out in January and they fix bugs like after the game's release? Oh, that's a good question. I am more of a fan, personally, of game developers and companies releasing the game complete and not fixing it later. I don't like it when they release it and it's terrible and then they fix it 6 months later. because I think the other problem with that is sometimes they can't fix it, and sometimes they don't want to fix it, and then that really annoys me, because you know, you look at Scarlet and Violet and how poor the performance is. They never fixed that because they couldn't, presumably. But I think, unfortunately, nowadays that is just a part of gaming, isn't it? It's like, no matter what happens, companies will always release them filled with issues and just fix it later, and it just shouldn't be like that. So that is sad, but let's hope that that's not the case with ZA. Let's hope that it just releases in a good state, and it doesn't, you know, it doesn't need fixing later. Yeah, well, yeah, Gen 10. Oh, Gen 10 better not be too ambitious. It better not be. A Legends Scarlet Violet, imagine. Oh no, I don't want that. I do not want that. Agreed, Demi. Yeah, just let him cook. Just let it bake for as long as it needs to. I agree. That whole Pokemon on the walls thing is absolutely wild. Because that, like, fully doesn't make sense to me. Because invisible walls in games are literally, like, everywhere. So why can't you just spawn them outside of whatever the invisible wall is? It's... Scarlet and Violet. So yeah, let's just hope that ZA is not like that. If I had to be honest, I don't think it will be, because I think I can't see ZA being as ambitious as Scarlet and Violet were, because it's not a mainstream game. It's like, it's still sort of a spin-off, isn't it? So in that context, I would have to imagine that they're going to be reasonable and rational and not just chuck it out with like a full open world. They're going to wall off sections of the map. You know, Lumiose will be its own thing, like its own section. Presumably the other areas of the map will be as well. Yes, Demi, you're right. Yeah, we were talking about this the other day. It will be, well, it's very likely to be a Star Shiny. It's like a 15 out of 16 chance that it'll be a Star Shiny. So, can't wait for that. Cannot wait for that. Some people used the Pokemon to get inside walls themselves. Maybe that was their target. Well, exactly. That's what I don't understand. Is just take out spawns for like within the walls. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. Thanks, Billy. That's lovely. Let's hope so. The stream is ending at 9:15, so I've only got 25 minutes to find it, but we're still quite under odds. So I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna complain or anything. But thank you. Fingers crossed we find it soon. Yeah, 15 out of 16 chance it'll be Star Shiny. I'm looking forward to that. Imagine if it is a Square now. That'd be really rare, wouldn't it? I don't think I want a Square Shiny. Even if it's really rare, I want it to be Star, just so I've got some variety. Is there any... I know we talked the other day about it, the Regis are like a Star Shiny. Is there any others? I can't remember the list that Absol put in his video now. But are there any other hunts that favour Star? It is, it's really exciting. Really exciting. I feel like 2024 is a filler year. Yeah, I do get that. I kind of feel a bit like that too, because we've not had anything like, we've not really had many games released this year, have we, that are like of any real note? And like you said, GTA 6 comes out next year. Legend ZA. I feel like there might be like one or two other things as well. I think Nintendo Switch 2 has got to be on its way, hasn't it? Has that already been announced? Does anybody know? Am I just like not in the loop? But I was saying the other day, I'm sure that when Gen 10 comes out for Pokemon, it has to be on the next Nintendo Switch. There's no way they could put it on this one, because Scarlet and Violet barely work on this one. So imagine trying to put the next generation on this as well. Not a chance. Oh, brilliant Aura Shinies are more likely to be Star. Oh, okay, that's good, because I'm going to be doing a brilliant Aura hunt as well. So, fingers crossed. Curry encounters and the Pokemon that fall from trees. Wow. Honestly, Human, you have such a good memory, man. Such a good memory. And eggs as well. So actually, I might end up with like quite a few Star Shinies in this run, because I'm going to be doing 2 egg hunts, a brilliant Aura hunt, this one. I haven't got any curry encounters planned, but if there's ever any where like the odds are not in my favour and I need to do a curry, I might do. I don't think I'm going to do any raids, because I feel like we're going to do Dynamax Adventures, but the raids, I just feel like it'll be too much. I feel like it'll be way too long to find a raid shiny. Because they don't show a shiny in the raid, do they? You have to catch it, and then it's only later you can see if it's a shiny. Is that right? September 18th, there's a rumour of an announcement. Interesting. That would be good. Well, we've got 6 viewers. Let's have a little look. Can't see what we've got. We have. One of them must be from Game Freak listening to our ideas. Well, if you are though, Game Freak, please do not mess up the next generation of Pokemon or ZA. We do not want that. Oh, they do, right? Oh, maybe that's what I'm getting mixed up with. Dynamax Adventures. Okay, that makes sense. I feel like I have found a raid shiny before, but it was so long ago now. It was what was it? It was a Rhyperior, but it was literally, I'm talking like 2019. I can't remember what it was like at all. Yeah, Demi, we are going to be doing. Yeah, it is a while away, just because the Dynamax Adventures hunt will basically be my last hunt of the challenge. It'll be right before we go to like the Champion Cup. But yeah, you can absolutely join in with us. Human's going to be doing it. We definitely had 1 or 2 other people who were interested, but I mean the reality of the situation is it's a while away yet, and people might not be like free at the same time, so definitely we need as many people as like we can get to sort of join in. So yeah, definitely. Awesome. Well, what we'll do is, when the time comes, maybe we'll just like all add each other on Discord, and I can just like message you all like when I'm planning to stream, and then we'll just see who's free and we'll get everyone together and sort it out. But it's gonna be fun. That is the hunt that I'm looking the most forward to, just for that aspect that we're all going to be able to do Dynamax adventures together. It's going to be so cool. I think you do. I think you do need Nintendo Switch Online, yes. So, obviously, if you want to join in, if anyone wants to join in, that's up to you. You know, I'm not going to make you get Nintendo Switch Online or anything. Don't worry about it. If I have to play with NPCs, I will do. It's just if you want to join in, I'm more than happy to have you. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think you do need Nintendo Switch Online. Awesome. Sounds great. I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. And you'll all be able to see how much of a fraud I am when it comes to battling, as I lose us the Dynamax adventure over and over again. Awesome, yeah, that's fine. Like I said, no pressure at all to like join or anything like that. It was just you know, if you are on and you want to, you can do, because I'll always welcome someone over an NPC for sure. But yeah, don't worry about it. And thank you, like I said, for joining, watching, showing your support. That is more than enough. You know what I mean? Yes, the computer definitely cheats. We were talking about this the other day, Demi, and I was saying that I'm convinced. I don't think everyone agrees with me, but I'm convinced that they made the Dynamax Adventures like AI and the Raid AI as well, like really rubbish, just so that you would buy a Nintendo Switch Online membership and play with people. That's my conspiracy theory. They knew what they were doing. Thank you, Katie. Or Katie. I said that too presumptuously then. Thank you, Katie. It has been a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I think to be fair, Human, I think not right now, because obviously I'm preoccupied with these hunts, but I definitely need a bit of a practice as well. It's been so long since I've done Dynamax Adventures. I feel like I need to work out how it works again and get a bit used to it. Because I think there is a knack to it where you start figuring out where the invisible barriers are on the health and where, you know, like what you need to do on the bar and stuff like that. I don't feel like it's entirely just like click and attack, click and attack, click and attack. There is kind of like a strategy to it, isn't there? ZA better have something online. Yes. I hope so too. Some form of aspect of online. Because Arceus didn't really, did it? Kind of had that like lost satchel feature where you could get like merit points for collecting other people's satchels. But for the most part it was just single player. And that's okay. But I think, yeah, I would like to see something a little bit online. Although I would prefer it to be more offline if it's going to make it a better game. If that makes sense. So. That's awesome that you're going to do some practicing. You promise you will only laugh if I do a big goof. Okay, that's fair. I mean, you can laugh anyway. I would laugh at my battling abilities too. I feel like most of the time my battling's okay. But I just forget all the different abilities and like I think I'm only good when I research, basically, is what I'm saying. I don't have like your memory is unreal, where you just like reel off all the different stuff. I feel like I need to get like a browser page up and be like, right, what ability does this Pokemon have? What movesets does it have? What could possibly go wrong here? So yeah. You're right, I probably should start a Discord, and I might do soon. I mean, I do have a Discord, I just don't have like a server. And I don't, I'm not gonna lie, I don't have a clue how it works, because we've talked about this before, but I'm an old man already. Technology, the very thin grasp I have on technology for making YouTube videos is thin. You know, I've just about exhausted my technological knowledge. So Discord feels a bit alien to me, but I think it would be good to set one up, because we've all had such a good time chatting on here. So it'd just be the same, wouldn't it? So I will try and have a little look at that when I get a bit of time. Definitely. I think the good thing about the streaming is it's opened up a lot of things that I never would have thought about. You know, like Discord and us all like chatting and making you guys are going to be like in the video by doing the Dynamax adventures, or you're going to be in the video by like the chat being here for when I would do the editing and stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that maybe I didn't consider when I used to just make the videos without, you know, interacting with people and stuff. And now I'm starting to like look at things in a different light, where I'm like, oh, we could do this, and we could do that, and I hadn't even thought of that. So yeah, we should definitely have a little look at that. I would love that. Yeah, me and Human are like Discordophobes, you know. Scared of it a little bit. But we can figure. I'm sure I will figure it out. I've only ever used it for, basically I used to use, the reason I got a Discord was because when I used to do the giveaways for the channel, I would want to message people so I didn't give them away to like the wrong person, or I didn't have people put in their like personal information in the comments. I mean, if you know how to do it, not ask, you definitely can do, but don't go out your way to do it on my behalf or anything. I can always try and figure it out myself. But if you know how to do it, by all means, that'd be awesome. There you go. Yeah, well, I can have a look at a tutorial then if you want, and try and figure it out one day. I've just not the main thing is I've just not looked at it at all. So yeah, I only don't know how to do it because I've just not looked at it, basically is what I'm saying. I'm sure I could figure it out. So it's up to you. But if any of you do want to add me on Discord, to like send me a message or whatever, my name on it should be all one word, like no spaces. This is the Wayfarer. And that's the name because the Mandalorian says this is the way. So this is the Wayfarer. I was quite pleased with that. 9 minutes left to find this shiny. It's not looking very likely, but we've got a lot more encounters done tonight than I thought we were going to. In just under 4 hours, we've done 512 encounters so far. I think that's pretty good. Pretty good. Right, I think what I'm going to do, I was going to go to exactly 9:15, but I think what might make more sense is to go to 1,220 encounters, and then we'll end the stream there on a nice, like, a round number, and then we'll hopefully pick it up again soon. I think I did mention this, but I am quite busy next week, so I'm not sure how often I'll be able to stream. I may be able to stream tomorrow night, but you know, don't count on it yet because I'm not sure yet. But yeah, should be definitely after like the next week or two. I should be like fully like back to the streaming. Do you know what I mean? Like I should be doing it a lot more. Ending with 5s or 0s, yeah, I can't. I feel like I can't. I feel like I can't end up. I can't end on any like other number. You know, if 1 2 2 1 is a palindrome, yeah, true, it is. It is. Oh, there's a part of my brain going, I can't do that. Even though it's cool, I can't do it. If I start the next stream on 1 2 2 1, my brain will not like it. Let's be risky. Go on. We'll do 1 2 2 1. Stressful. I'm only joking. Links. You don't think links are showing up? Course Demi, that's fine. Totally understandable. And yeah, it's tough, isn't it? Because obviously different countries and things like that. It makes it difficult to like do it regularly. But don't worry about it at all. Like if you can join and you want to join, and if not, don't worry about it. Is it's tough because I kind of, my job that I work in outside of YouTube is 9 to 5 Monday to Friday, so I can only really do weekends and evenings, but it does mean that unfortunately I'm gonna miss some people as well. Right, so our final encounter, and it was a good shout actually, Human, doing the palindrome, because it means we end with Sizzlipede, so we're back at the start with Vulpix on the next one. 1 2 2 1. No shiny. But we knew it wasn't going to be shiny, didn't we? The odds on that being a shiny would have been crazy. Probably 1 in 4,096. There's no links, is there? Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will have a look at Discord this week and hopefully by the next time we stream, or maybe like the time, I don't know, I will have a look at it this week though, and I'll get back to you, and we will sort it. I just I can't sort it right now, but we will definitely have a look at it. You saw I got the shiny? Oh, you mean the Slowpoke? Sorry, I thought you meant the Motostoke one. I was like, where did you see that? Yes, I did get the shiny. I'll just show you really quickly because we're just about to end the stream. I'm sorry you've only just been able to join. There she is, Charlotte from the last encounter with lovely sassy nature, which is a good nature. And yeah, that's it for today, guys. Thank you all so much for joining and for watching. It was awesome. I had a lot of fun again. I'm literally enjoying every stream a lot. So thank you very much, and thanks for the donations as well. Can't believe we've got donations. That's like a dream achieved. So thank you very much. Not ask, very much. And yeah, made it to 12,300 encounters. Nice. Right, guys, I'm off to go and pick someone up. So have a nice evening or day, depending on the time. And take care, and I will see you all soon.